Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Deep beneath the Commonwealth's scarred surface, where the harsh radiation of the wasteland could not penetrate and the constant threat of raiders held no dominion, a gentle luminescence painted the curved walls of forgotten subway tunnels. The soft blue-green glow emanated from carefully cultivated patches of bioluminescent fungi that had been nurtured through 3 generations of patient cultivation. These living lights cast dancing shadows across the smooth concrete, creating an ethereal atmosphere that transformed abandoned transit infrastructure into something approaching the sacred. The morning ritual began, as it had for countless days, with Elder Mira's careful inspection of the central growing chambers. Her weathered hands moved with practiced precision among the fungal gardens, checking moisture levels and adjusting the carefully balanced nutrient solutions that sustained their community's primary light source. Each patch represented years of accumulated knowledge, understanding passed down from her grandmother, who had been among the first to discover that certain mutated fungi could provide both illumination and a measure of air purification in their sealed environment. The eastern gardens are responding well to yesterday's adjustments, she noted to herself, her voice carrying the quiet satisfaction of someone who had devoted decades to perfecting an intricate system. The new spore clusters should provide adequate lighting for the workshop expansion within another week. The tunnel community had grown organically over the decades, each family group claiming and modifying sections of the original subway infrastructure according to their needs and skills. What had once been passenger platforms now served as communal gathering spaces, their elevated surfaces providing natural stages for the storytelling sessions that preserved their oral history. Maintenance alcoves had been expanded into private living quarters, their entrances marked by hanging curtains woven from salvaged materials and decorated with personal symbols that identified each family's contribution to the community's survival. Young Tomas emerged from the eastern residential section, his engineer's toolkit slung across his shoulder as he made his way toward the central workshop. Unlike many of his generation, who had grown up entirely within the tunnel system, Tomas possessed an almost intuitive understanding of mechanical systems that extended beyond the community's traditional knowledge base. His curiosity about pre-war technology often led him to spend hours studying the original subway infrastructure, identifying components and systems that might be repurposed or improved upon. "Morning, Elder Mira," he called softly, his voice carrying the respectful tone that characterized interactions between generations in their close-knit society. "I've completed the stress analysis on the northern support beams. The calculations indicate we'll need to begin expansion into the sealed sections within the next 6 months to accommodate our growing population safely." This assessment represented a significant development for the tunnel community. The sealed sections had remained untouched since the original construction of their settlement, preserved as emergency space that might someday be needed. The decision to open these areas would require careful consideration by the community council, weighing immediate structural needs against the unknown conditions that might be encountered in the unexplored tunnels. Eldamira nodded thoughtfully, her expression reflecting the careful deliberation that characterized community leadership decisions. Have you identified the most promising entry points? The sealed sections were closed for good reason during the initial settlement, either structural damage or contamination concerns that our ancestors deemed too significant to address immediately. The eastern junction shows the most promise, Tomas replied, producing a hand-drawn map annotated with measurements and technical observations. Original sealing was accomplished with standard concrete barriers rather than emergency collapse procedures. The structural integrity appears sound from external assessment and radiation readings are minimal. If approved by the council, I believe we could establish safe access within a few days. This technical assessment reflected the community's evolved approach to expansion, careful evaluation of risks and benefits, methodical preparation, and collective decision-making that balanced individual expertise with community consensus. Unlike the surface world's often desperate scramble for resources, their underground sanctuary allowed for patient, considered development guided by accumulated wisdom rather than immediate necessity. The workshop occupied what had once been a subway maintenance facility, its high ceilings and robust ventilation systems making it ideal for the more complex technical work that sustained their community. Workbenches constructed from salvaged materials lined the walls, each equipped with tools that had been carefully maintained and improved upon over decades of use. The centerpiece was an intricate water filtration system that processed groundwater seepage into the clean, safe drinking water essential for their survival. The filtration efficiency has improved by 12% since implementing your ceramic filter modifications, Tomas noted as he began his daily maintenance routine. However, I've been wondering if we might achieve even better results by incorporating some of the pre-war filtration technologies. The old transit authority would have maintained sophisticated water management systems for emergency situations. This observation represented Thomas's characteristic blend of respect for traditional knowledge and curiosity about technological possibilities. Unlike some younger community members who occasionally displayed impatience with established methods, Thomas approached innovation as a way to enhance rather than replace the wisdom accumulated through generations of underground living. Eldamira joined him at the filtration system, her practiced eye evaluating the various components with the expertise that came from decades of maintenance responsibility. The ceramic filters represent 3 generations of refinement based on available materials and observed performance. Any modifications would need to demonstrate clear benefits while maintaining the reliability that our lives depend upon. Of course, Tomas agreed, adjusting flow rates while continuing the conversation. I would never suggest replacing proven systems without extensive testing. However, the sealed sections might contain original equipment that could supplement our current capabilities rather than replacing them entirely. This respectful approach to technological development reflected the community's fundamental values: innovation guided by wisdom, change implemented through consensus, and always with deep consideration of long-term consequences for their fragile underground ecosystem. Their survival had depended not on dramatic technological leaps, but on careful, incremental improvements that built upon established foundations. As the morning progressed, other community members began their daily routines throughout the tunnel system. The soft pad of bare feet on concrete created a gentle rhythm as people moved between residential areas and communal spaces. Conversations carried in hushed tones that had become natural in their enclosed environment, where sound traveled differently, and privacy required conscious consideration of acoustic properties. In the central gathering area, children received their daily education through a combination of practical instruction and storytelling that preserved both technical knowledge and cultural history. Today's lesson focused on the principles of air circulation that kept their environment breathable, a blend of engineering concepts and the accumulated wisdom of trial and error that had kept their community alive when the surface world burned. The air moves because warm air rises and cool air sinks, explained Maria Santos, one of the community's primary educators. But in our tunnels, we help it along with fans placed at just the right spots. Can anyone tell me why we position the intake fans near the growing chambers? A young girl raised her hand eagerly. Because the plants clean the air and add oxygen, so we want that good air to move through the whole community. Exactly right, Eleanor. And what about the exhaust fans near the workshops? Those remove the stale air and any fumes from our work so they don't build up and make people sick. This educational exchange demonstrated the community's approach to knowledge preservation. Technical concepts embedded within practical application, theoretical understanding supported by direct observation, and always with emphasis on collective benefit rather than individual achievement. Each child learned not just what to do, but why, ensuring that critical knowledge could be maintained even if specific individuals were lost. The community council convened in mid-morning, gathering in the chamber that had once served as the subway system's central control room. The original equipment had long since been removed or repurposed, but the elevated platform and acoustic properties made it ideal for group discussions. Representatives from each family group arranged themselves in the informal circle that characterized their democratic decision-making process. Tomas has completed his structural analysis, Eldamira began, her role as community historian and eldest member providing natural leadership without formal authority. The eastern sealed section appears accessible and safe for initial exploration. However, we must consider the broader implications of expansion before proceeding. The discussion that followed exemplified the community's careful approach to significant decisions. Each representative contributed their perspective. Concerns about resource allocation, questions about potential discoveries, observations about community needs, and always the underlying consideration of maintaining the delicate balance that had sustained them for 3 generations. The sealed sections have been undisturbed since our grandparents' time, noted Carlos Mendez, whose family maintained the community's historical archives. Opening them represents a departure from the cautious approach that has kept us safe. We should proceed slowly and document everything we find. The structural analysis is clear, countered Tomas, speaking with the measured confidence of technical expertise. Our current living spaces are approaching capacity, and the northern support structure requires reinforcement that expansion would provide. Delaying action increases risk rather than reducing it. This respectful debate continued for over an hour, each participant contributing their knowledge while remaining open to alternative perspectives. Unlike the often contentious decision-making that characterized surface communities, their process emphasized consensus building through thorough discussion rather than majority rule or authoritarian decree. Eventually, agreement emerged around a measured approach, careful exploration of the sealed section, thorough documentation of any discoveries, and gradual implementation of expansion plans that preserved community values while addressing structural necessities. Tomas would lead the initial assessment team, accompanied by Eldamira to ensure cultural continuity, and several other community members representing different areas of expertise. The preparation for opening the sealed section occupied the remainder of the day, with community members contributing specialized knowledge and equipment to support the exploration effort. Safety protocols developed through decades of tunnel living guided their approach. Redundant lighting systems, air quality monitoring, established communication procedures, and predetermined evacuation routes if unexpected hazards were encountered. The concrete barrier appears to be standard construction rather than emergency sealing, Tomas observed as he examined the sealed entrance with enhanced lighting. I can remove it without damaging the structural integrity of the surrounding tunnel. However, we should be prepared for different atmospheric conditions once the seal is broken. Eldamira nodded approvingly, her attention focused on the careful documentation of their process. Proceed methodically. Our ancestors sealed this section for specific reasons, even if those reasons are no longer apparent. We owe them the respect of careful evaluation rather than hasty action. The removal of the concrete barrier required several hours of patient work, with Tomas utilizing both mechanical tools and chemical agents to dissolve the bonding materials, without creating excessive noise or vibration that might destabilize nearby structures. Other team members monitored air quality and maintained communication with the broader community, ensuring that any unexpected developments could be addressed immediately. As the final section of barrier crumbled away, revealing the darkened tunnel beyond, a subtle current of air indicated different atmospheric conditions within the sealed space. The team's lighting systems penetrated the darkness, revealing a remarkably well-preserved section of the original subway infrastructure. Tracks still gleaming with protective oil, tile work intact on the walls, and most surprisingly, no evidence of the water damage or structural deterioration common to abandoned underground spaces. The preservation is remarkable, Eldamira noted as they advanced cautiously into the sealed section. Either the original sealing was more effective than expected, or this area was protected by additional factors we haven't yet identified. Their initial exploration revealed a section of tunnel approximately 200 meters in length, terminating at what appeared to be a maintenance facility that had been sealed more recently than the tunnel itself. Unlike the improvised barriers that had closed the tunnel entrance, this secondary seal showed evidence of sophisticated engineering. Multiple layers of different materials, professional installation techniques, and warning signs that identified it as containing hazardous or valuable materials. This isn't original transit authority work, Tomas observed, examining the sophisticated sealing system with his engineer's eye. The materials and techniques suggest post-war construction, possibly from the early years after the settlement was established. Someone went to considerable effort to protect whatever lies beyond. The warning signs proved to be a combination of standard hazard symbols and handwritten notes in multiple languages, suggesting that the original sealers had been concerned about future generations understanding the importance of the barrier. Most prominent was a simple message: educational materials, cultural preservation priority, open only when community ready. This discovery fundamentally altered the nature of their exploration. Rather than simply accessing additional living space, they had apparently discovered a deliberate repository of materials deemed important enough to preserve through extraordinary measures. The implications required careful consideration before proceeding further. We should return to the community and discuss this development, Eldamira suggested, her historian's instincts recognizing the significance of the find. Whatever lies beyond this barrier was deemed important enough to merit special protection. We owe it to our ancestors and ourselves to approach it with appropriate consideration. The team returned to the main community area, where their initial report generated intense discussion among all residents. The discovery of a deliberately preserved repository created both excitement about potential benefits and concern about disrupting the careful balance that had sustained their community. Debate continued late into the evening, with different perspectives contributing to a gradually emerging consensus. If our ancestors preserved educational materials, they clearly intended for future generations to benefit from them, argued Dr. Sarah Kim, whose medical training had proved invaluable to community health. However, the warning about cultural preservation suggests they were also concerned about protecting our unique identity. The decision to open the repository should be made collectively, added Eleanor Vasquez, representing the younger generation of community members. Whatever we find will affect all of us, and we should all have voice in determining how to proceed. This inclusive approach to the discovery reflected the community's fundamental democratic principles, significant decisions made through thorough discussion, with all members having opportunity to contribute their perspectives regardless of age or formal expertise. The process continued over several days, with working groups examining different aspects of the decision, while maintaining normal community operations. Eventually, consensus emerged around opening the repository, while establishing careful protocols for evaluating and potentially incorporating any materials discovered. A review committee would assess each item for both practical value and cultural implications, ensuring that beneficial knowledge could be adopted without compromising the community identity that had sustained them through generations of underground living. The final sealing system proved to be even more sophisticated than initially apparent, requiring Tomas to employ multiple techniques while other team members maintained detailed documentation of the opening process. As the last barrier gave way, their lighting revealed not a simple storage space but a carefully organized archive that filled a large chamber beyond the maintenance facility. The Vault Tech logo was visible on much of the equipment and storage containers, identifying the repository as a pre-war emergency supply depot rather than post-war preservation effort. Row upon row of sealed containers lined the walls, each clearly labeled with contents and handling instructions. Central to the chamber stood what appeared to be a comprehensive educational center. Holotape libraries, technical manuals, agricultural specimens in preservation chambers, and demonstration equipment for a wide range of practical skills. This isn't just educational materials, Tomas breathed, his engineer's excitement evident despite his attempt to maintain professional composure. This is a complete knowledge preservation system, designed to help communities rebuild civilization after catastrophic events. The agricultural specimens alone could revolutionize our food production capabilities. Eldamira moved more cautiously through the chamber, her historian's perspective recognizing both the tremendous potential and the significant risks represented by such comprehensive pre-war knowledge. The scope of this collection exceeds anything our community has encountered. We must approach it with extreme caution to avoid disrupting the balance that has kept us stable for 3 generations. The exploration team spent several hours conducting preliminary assessment of the repository's contents, documenting major categories of materials while avoiding disturbing anything that might require specialized handling procedures. The agricultural specimens proved to be particularly intriguing. Seed banks designed to provide diverse crop options for post-disaster communities, along with detailed instructions for soil preparation, growing techniques, and nutritional optimization. Technical manuals covered everything from advanced electronics repair to sophisticated water purification systems, mining techniques, metallurgy, and manufacturing processes that could potentially transform their community's technological capabilities. The holotape libraries contain not only educational content, but also cultural preservation, music, literature, historical documentation, and entertainment that represented the pre-war world's intellectual achievements. The cultural materials present the greatest challenge, Eldamira observed as she examined a collection of pre-war entertainment holotapes. Our community has developed its own cultural identity over 3 generations. Introducing extensive pre-war cultural content could either enrich our traditions or overwhelm them entirely. This concern represented the core challenge of their discovery, balancing the tremendous potential benefits of advanced knowledge against the risk of losing the unique cultural identity that had sustained their community through the post-war period. Their underground sanctuary had produced not just survival, but a distinctive way of life that valued cooperation, careful resource management, and respect for accumulated wisdom. The team returned to the main community with samples of the least disruptive materials, basic technical manuals, simple agricultural guides, and a few historical holotapes that might supplement their existing oral traditions rather than competing with them. The Community Council would need time to thoroughly evaluate these initial materials before considering more extensive access to the repository. "We have discovered something unprecedented," Elder Mira announced to the assembled community that evening. "Pre-war knowledge preserved specifically for post-disaster communities like ours. However, the scope and sophistication of these materials requires careful consideration of how they might affect our community identity." The discussion that followed continued for several evenings, with working groups examining different aspects of the discovery while maintaining their normal community routines. The technical materials generated considerable excitement among those responsible for maintaining their infrastructure, while the cultural content produced more divided reactions among community members concerned about preserving their unique traditions. Dr. Kim emerged as a strong advocate for carefully incorporating the medical knowledge contained in the repository. The health maintenance protocols could significantly improve our community's medical capabilities without disrupting our social structure. We could adapt their techniques to our materials and environment. Others expressed concerns about the potential for advanced technical knowledge to create inequality within their carefully balanced community. If some people have access to sophisticated pre-war knowledge, while others rely on traditional methods, we risk creating divisions that never existed before, warned Carlos Mendez. This thoughtful debate continued over several weeks, with community members taking time to thoroughly consider the implications, rather than making hasty decisions about such a significant discovery. Working groups evaluated specific categories of materials, developing recommendations for how different types of knowledge might be integrated without disrupting community stability. The agricultural specimens proved to be the least controversial addition to their community capabilities. After careful evaluation by their existing agricultural specialists, several varieties of preserved seeds were selected for experimental cultivation in isolated growing chambers. The techniques described in the agricultural manuals aligned well with their existing knowledge, while offering potential improvements in yield and nutritional value. Seed root vegetables could supplement our current crops without requiring significant changes to our growing methods, reported Isabella Chen, the community's primary agricultural specialist. The preservation techniques maintain seed viability, and the growing instructions are compatible with our tunnel environment. Technical knowledge proved more challenging to integrate, requiring careful evaluation of which improvements would genuinely benefit the community, without creating dependence on materials or skills that might not be sustainable in their isolated environment. Tomas led efforts to identify techniques that could enhance their existing capabilities, using materials available within their tunnel system. The water purification improvements require only minor modifications to our existing systems, he reported after weeks of careful study. We can achieve significantly better filtration efficiency without compromising the reliability we've developed over decades of operation. The cultural materials generated the most extensive discussion, with different community members expressing varying perspectives on how pre-war entertainment and historical content might affect their established traditions. Some saw valuable opportunities for cultural enrichment, while others worried about losing the unique identity that had sustained them through generations of underground living. Elder Mira ultimately proposed a solution that reflected the community's careful approach to significant change, establishing scheduled community gatherings where pre-war cultural materials could be experienced collectively, allowing for discussion and evaluation of their impact on community values. This approach would permit cultural exploration while maintaining the communal decision-making that characterized their society. We can experience these materials together rather than individually, she suggested during one of the extended community discussions. This allows us to evaluate their impact on our community identity while preserving the collective decision-making that has served us well. This approach proved acceptable to most community members, allowing for cultural exploration while maintaining the careful consensus building that had sustained their underground sanctuary. The first cultural session featured a pre-war documentary about urban agriculture, chosen because it related directly to their existing interests while providing historical context for their own agricultural development. As the weeks passed, the community gradually integrated selected knowledge from the repository while maintaining the essential characteristics that defined their underground culture. Agricultural improvements enhanced food security without disrupting established growing methods. Technical upgrades improved infrastructure efficiency while preserving the reliability that their lives depended upon. Cultural materials provided historical context and entertainment while supplementing rather than replacing their oral traditions. The most significant change proved to be the establishment of a formal education program that combined traditional knowledge with carefully selected pre-war materials. Children continued learning practical skills through hands-on experience, while also gaining access to theoretical knowledge that might prove valuable for future community development. "We're creating something new," Elder Mira observed during one of the community council meetings several months after the repository's discovery. "Not abandoning our traditions for pre-war knowledge, but combining the best of both to create something unique to our community." This synthesis represented the community's fundamental approach to survival and development: careful evaluation of new possibilities, gradual implementation of beneficial changes, and always with deep consideration of long-term consequences for their unique underground culture. The repository had provided valuable resources, but more importantly, it had reinforced their confidence in their decision-making processes and community values. Young Tomás had emerged as a bridge between traditional knowledge and pre-war technology, his engineering expertise allowing him to evaluate technical materials while his respect for community wisdom ensured that innovations enhanced rather than replaced established methods. His role exemplified the community's approach to knowledge integration, individual expertise serving collective benefit, innovation guided by accumulated wisdom. The repository represents opportunity rather than obligation, he noted during one of the technical working group meetings. "We can select what benefits our community while maintaining the identity that has sustained us. We don't need to accept everything just because it's available." This balanced approach to the discovery reflected the maturity that 3 generations of underground living had produced, a community confident in its values and decision-making processes, capable of evaluating external resources without losing its essential character. The repository had provided valuable additions to their capabilities, but more importantly, it had demonstrated their ability to handle significant change through careful collective consideration. As autumn approached in the surface world above, though seasons held little meaning in their controlled underground environment, the community had successfully integrated beneficial knowledge from the repository, while preserving the cultural identity that defined their underground sanctuary. The discovery had enriched their capabilities without disrupting the careful balance that sustained their way of life. A sealed section had been opened and incorporated into their living space, providing room for population growth while housing the repository in a manner that allowed controlled access to its contents. New growing chambers utilized improved agricultural techniques to enhance food security. Technical systems operated more efficiently while maintaining the reliability that generations of refinement had achieved. Most significantly, the community had demonstrated its ability to handle unexpected discovery through careful evaluation and gradual implementation, rather than dramatic change. The repository had tested their decision-making processes and cultural values, ultimately reinforcing rather than undermining the wisdom that had sustained their underground sanctuary through decades of post-war survival. As evening settled over the Commonwealth's surface, far above their tunnel sanctuary, Eldamira made her final inspection of the bioluminescent gardens that provided their gentle illumination. The living lights continued their eternal glow, sustained by generations of patient cultivation, and now enhanced by improved techniques drawn from the repository's agricultural knowledge. "We remain who we have always been," she murmured to herself, checking moisture levels with the same practiced precision that had characterized her work for decades. "But we are stronger now, wiser, more capable of facing whatever challenges the future might bring." The community settled into its evening routine, conversations carrying in hushed tones through tunnel spaces that had expanded to accommodate growth while preserving the intimate scale that defined their underground culture. Children learned from their elders, technical systems hummed with enhanced efficiency, and the gentle glow of bioluminescent fungi continued to transform abandoned infrastructure into sanctuary. While the tunnel community continued their peaceful existence beneath the Commonwealth, miles away, another underground dweller prepared for a different type of journey. In the narrow maintenance passages that connected scattered settlements, a solitary figure checked their equipment by lamplight, preparing to navigate routes too dangerous for most surface dwellers to attempt. As our tunnel-dwelling community settles into their enhanced sanctuary, their careful balance of tradition and progress secure, our next tale beckons from the dangerous passages where lone traders brave the underground network. Join us for The Tunnel Trader. The pre-dawn hours beneath the Commonwealth held a different quality of silence than the surface world. A profound stillness broken only by the distant drip of condensation and the subtle movement of air through passages that few surface dwellers knew existed. In the narrow maintenance tunnel that served as both home and headquarters for their operations, Dao Chen methodically prepared for another journey through the underground network that connected 3 distant settlements across territories too dangerous for conventional travel. The converted utility room bore the accumulated marks of years spent mapping the Commonwealth's hidden arteries. Hand-drawn charts covered every available wall surface, their intricate details marking safe passages, hazardous zones, seasonal flooding patterns, and the carefully guarded locations of supply caches that made extended underground travel possible. Each line and annotation represented hours of careful exploration, mapping routes that existed in no pre-war documentation and were known only to the solitary trader who had discovered them through patient observation and calculated risk. Dao's preparation ritual followed patterns established through countless previous expeditions, checking the waterproof seals on essential equipment, verifying the contents of specialized supply containers, testing the reliability of navigation tools adapted for underground use. The process required methodical attention to detail that left no room for oversight, as errors in preparation often meant the difference between successful passage and becoming lost in the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the wasteland. Eastern route remains clear according to yesterday's reconnaissance, Dow noted, while reviewing the detailed logs that documented current conditions throughout their operational territory. Northern Passage still shows signs of recent radcratch disturbance, but population appears to be migrating deeper rather than establishing permanent nest sites. Southern approach requires careful timing due to tidal flooding, but should remain passable for another 6 days. The specialized equipment that made tunnel trading possible filled carefully organized storage areas throughout the small space. Lightweight but durable containers protected delicate goods from moisture and impact damage. Enhanced lighting systems provided reliable illumination while conserving precious battery power. Emergency breathing apparatus offered protection against occasional toxic gas pockets that accumulated in poorly ventilated sections. Most importantly, detailed maps and navigation instruments allowed precise routing through passages where a wrong turn could lead to dangerous dead ends or unstable structural zones. Today's assignment differed from Dow's typical cargo runs in ways that created both additional responsibility and unfamiliar challenges. Rather than carrying the usual assortment of specialized goods and messages between settlements, this journey would include a passenger, a 12-year-old child whose transport had been arranged through carefully maintained contacts in the political networks that operated between Commonwealth settlements. The circumstances surrounding young Lien's need for secretive transport remained deliberately vague, as Dow had learned that the less one knew about such arrangements, the safer all parties remained. What mattered was the payment, substantial enough to justify the risks of passenger transport, and the assurance from trusted contacts that the child posed no security threat to tunnel operations or settlement networks. Lien arrived precisely at the designated time, accompanied by a nervous adult who provided only essential information before departing quickly. The child appeared remarkably composed for someone about to undertake their first journey through the underground network, though Dow detected the carefully controlled anxiety common to those facing unfamiliar dangers. "Have you traveled underground before?" Dow inquired while conducting final equipment checks, evaluating both the child's physical capabilities and emotional readiness for the demanding journey ahead. "Never," Lien replied with honesty that suggested either remarkable maturity or successful coaching in appropriate responses. "But I understand it's dangerous, and I should follow your instructions exactly without asking unnecessary questions." This response indicated proper preparation by whoever had arranged the transport, as successful tunnel travel required passengers who understood the importance of immediate obedience to safety protocols. Unlike surface travel, where mistakes might be recoverable, underground passages offered little margin for error when navigating hazardous terrain or avoiding detection by hostile entities. The journey will take approximately 18 hours through 3 distinct passage systems, Dow explained while adjusting equipment loads to accommodate the additional traveler. "We'll maintain communication through hand signals to minimize noise, rest only at designated safe areas, and avoid all contact with other tunnel users unless absolutely necessary for safety reasons." The initial passage led through what had once been part of the Commonwealth's municipal infrastructure. Concrete-lined tunnels originally designed for utility access, now serving as secure transportation corridors for those who understood their layout. The passage width allowed comfortable travel for 2 people, while providing adequate ventilation and predictable structural conditions that minimized environmental hazards. Their movement through these familiar tunnels established the rhythm that would characterize the entire journey, measured pace that balanced speed against stealth, regular pauses to assess conditions ahead, constant awareness of potential dangers that might require immediate route modifications. Dao moved with the confidence of someone who had traveled these paths hundreds of times, while Lian demonstrated remarkable adaptability to the unfamiliar environment. The lighting changes ahead indicate we're approaching the first junction, Dao whispered, their voice barely audible in the confined space. This section connects to passages used by other travelers occasionally. We'll observe before proceeding to ensure we don't encounter complications. The junction proved to be clear of other traffic, allowing them to transition into the more challenging middle section of their route. Here, the tunnels narrowed significantly, requiring single-file movement through passages that had never been designed for human travel. These natural corridors between larger spaces offered concealment from surface observation, while presenting their own unique challenges: unstable flooring, occasional low clearances, and the ever-present risk of encountering wildlife that had adapted to underground living. As they navigated the narrow passages, Dao maintained constant awareness of both their route and their passengers' condition. The physical demands of tunnel travel affected even experienced adults, and a 12-year-old would face additional challenges despite demonstrated resilience. Regular pauses allowed for rest and hydration, while providing opportunities to assess Lian's adaptation to the underground environment. "How are you feeling?" Dao inquired during one of these brief stops, genuinely concerned about the child's welfare, despite the professional distance necessary for operational security. "Tired, but not too bad," Lian replied with characteristic honesty. "The air tastes different down here, and the sounds are strange, but I think I'm getting used to it." "Is it always this quiet?" This question indicated healthy awareness of environmental conditions rather than problematic anxiety, suggesting that Lian possessed the mental flexibility necessary for successful tunnel travel. The child's curiosity about their underground environment suggested intelligence and adaptability that would serve them well during the remaining journey. The middle section of their route led through areas where Commonwealth geology had created natural cave systems that intersected with human-made tunnels, forming a complex network that required careful navigation to avoid both structural hazards and areas where radioactive materials had leached into the groundwater. Here, Dao's years of exploration had identified safe passages through terrain that appeared impassable to casual observation. "Stay close and step exactly where I step," Dao instructed, as they approached a section where crystalline formations created both breathtaking beauty and treacherous footing. "The radiation exposure here is minimal if we maintain proper route discipline, but some of these formations are sharp enough to cause serious injury if contacted carelessly." The crystal formations had resulted from decades of mineral-rich water seeping through irradiated soil, creating underground chambers of stunning beauty that few surface dwellers would ever witness. Dao paused briefly to allow Leon to appreciate the ethereal landscape while maintaining the security awareness that kept them safe in unfamiliar territory. "I've never seen anything like this," Lian whispered, voice carrying appropriate wonder without the excessive enthusiasm that might compromise operational security. "It's like something from the stories about the old world, but somehow more beautiful, because it's real." This response indicated both appropriate appreciation for their unique environment and maintained awareness of security requirements. A balance that suggested Lian had been well prepared for underground travel, despite their lack of direct experience. The child's ability to find beauty in dangerous circumstances reflected resilience, that would prove valuable during the remaining journey. As they continued through the crystal chambers, Dao noticed subtle changes in the tunnel's structure that indicated recent seismic activity. Small rock falls blocked previously clear passages, while new cracks in the ceiling suggested ongoing instability that required immediate route modifications. These conditions represented exactly the type of challenge that made tunnel trading both dangerous and necessary. Environmental changes that could trap unwary travelers, while creating new opportunities for those skilled enough to adapt their routes accordingly. We're encountering effects from the recent earthquake, Dal explained while evaluating alternative passage options. The primary route through this section is blocked, but I know secondary passages that should remain clear. However, they're narrower and require more careful navigation. This situation tested both Dal's extensive route knowledge and their passengers' adaptability under changing conditions. The alternative passages had been mapped during previous explorations, but rarely used due to their challenging nature. Navigating them successfully would require careful coordination between experienced guide and inexperienced passenger. The secondary passages proved even more demanding than Dao had anticipated. Recent seismic activity had created new obstacles while destabilizing sections that had previously been secure. Progress slowed considerably as they worked through areas where ceiling clearance required crawling, and unstable debris demanded careful footwork to avoid triggering additional rockfalls. These passages aren't normally this difficult, Dao admitted during a brief rest in a more stable chamber. The earthquake has changed conditions throughout this section. We're safe, but the journey will take longer than originally planned. Lian accepted this information with remarkable composure, demonstrating the mental resilience that distinguished successful tunnel travelers from those who panic when conditions change unexpectedly. Will we still reach the destination today? I understand if circumstances require schedule modifications. This mature response to challenging conditions impressed Dao, who had encountered adult passengers who reacted poorly to minor route changes. Lian's ability to accept uncertainty while maintaining trust in their guide's expertise suggested training that went beyond simple briefings about tunnel travel expectation. As they continued through the modified route, Dao found themselves reconsidering their usual operational isolation. Years of solitary travel had created habits of self-reliance that minimized interaction with passengers and clients, maintaining professional distance that protected both operational security and emotional involvement. However, Lian's combination of maturity, adaptability, and genuine curiosity about the underground environment challenged these established patterns. The tunnel system extends much further than most surface dwellers realize, Dao found themselves explaining as they navigated a particularly impressive natural chamber. These passages connect territories that would require days of dangerous surface travel, but down here, skilled travelers can move between settlements while avoiding most of the hazards that make the wasteland so dangerous. This sharing of operational knowledge represented a departure from Dao's usual passenger protocols. But Lian's demonstrated reliability and evident appreciation for the underground environment seemed to justify the increased trust. The child's questions about tunnel formation and navigation techniques indicated genuine interest rather than mere curiosity, suggesting potential value in providing educational context for their journey. The final major challenge of their route appeared as they approached the connection to the destination settlement's tunnel system. Recent flooding had altered water levels in the lower passages, requiring careful timing to traverse sections that might be impassable during high water periods. Dao's route calculations had accounted for normal seasonal flooding, but the earthquake had apparently modified drainage patterns throughout the region. We'll need to move quickly through this section, Dao explained while evaluating water levels and current flow patterns. The passage is safe, but timing is critical. Stay close and don't hesitate if I indicate immediate movement is necessary. The water crossing required careful coordination between guide and passenger, with Dao leading the way through waist-deep flooding while maintaining constant communication about footing conditions and current strength. Lian demonstrated remarkable trust by following instructions precisely, without hesitation, despite the obvious dangers of moving through flooded tunnels in unfamiliar territory. You're doing exceptionally well, Dao acknowledged, as they reached higher ground beyond the flooded section. Many experienced adults have more difficulty with water crossings than you've shown. Your preparation for this journey was clearly thorough. This recognition of Lian's performance reflected Diao's growing respect for their young passenger, whose combination of preparation, adaptability, and composure had exceeded expectations throughout the challenging journey. The child's ability to handle unexpected obstacles while maintaining trust in their guide's expertise suggested qualities that would serve them well in whatever circumstances had necessitated secretive transport between settlements. As they approached the final destination, Dao found themselves reluctant to conclude the journey that had proven more personally engaging than typical cargo runs. Lian's presence had challenged established patterns of operational isolation, while demonstrating that passenger transport could involve genuine human connection without compromising professional effectiveness. The settlement entrance is just ahead, Dao noted, as familiar landmarks indicated their approach to journey's end. Your contacts should be waiting at the designated meeting point. Do you have questions about the return journey or future travel arrangements? I may need to make this journey again someday, Lian replied thoughtfully. Would you be willing to provide transport if circumstances require it? I understand the risks and requirements better now, and I appreciate the skill you've demonstrated in keeping us safe. This request created unexpected complications for Dao, whose operational security had traditionally been protected by maintaining minimal contact with individual clients. However, Lian's demonstrated reliability and evident respect for tunnel operations suggested that future arrangements might be mutually beneficial rather than security risks. My services are available to those who demonstrate appropriate preparation and understanding of tunnel travel requirements, Dao replied carefully. Your performance during this journey suggests you would be welcome as a passenger if future circumstances require underground transport. The destination settlement's contact point proved to be a carefully concealed entrance that provided secure access without revealing the tunnel system's extent to casual observation. Dao's established protocols required verification of recipient identity before transferring passenger responsibility, ensuring that transport arrangements concluded safely for all parties involved. The handover proceeded smoothly, with settlement contacts demonstrating the professional competence that characterized Dao's established client network. Lian's departure created an unexpected sense of loss that challenged the emotional distance that had protected Dao from personal involvement in passenger transport operations. Thank you for keeping me safe, Lian said simply before departing with the settlement contacts. I learned more about the underground world than I expected, and I appreciate your willingness to share knowledge, along with transport services. This expression of gratitude reflected the unusual nature of their journey, which had evolved from standard passenger transport into something approaching mentorship. Dao found themselves hoping that Lian's circumstances would improve, and that future travel needs would be less urgent than the secretive transport that had brought them together. The return journey proceeded without passengers, allowing Dao to travel at their preferred pace while processing the unexpected personal impact of the previous day's assignment. The tunnel system that had long provided solitary refuge now seemed somehow less satisfying as a complete environment, though the practical advantages of underground travel remained unchanged. Back in their converted utility room headquarters, Dow began updating route maps with information gathered during the modified journey. The earthquake's effects on tunnel stability required careful documentation to ensure future travel safety, while the successful navigation of alternative passages provided valuable additions to their operational capabilities. Route modifications successful despite seismic complications, Dow noted in their detailed travel logs. Passenger transport completed without security incidents. Alternative passages through crystal chambers confirmed as viable options for future operations requiring modified routing. This professional documentation captured the operational aspects of the journey, while omitting the personal connections that had made the assignment unexpectedly meaningful. The established protocols for maintaining operational security remained important, but Dow found themselves reconsidering the complete isolation that had characterized their tunnel trading operations. Over the following days, routine cargo runs through familiar passages provided time for reflection on the changes that a single passenger transport assignment had created in their previously settled operational patterns. The tunnel system that had long provided both livelihood and refuge now seemed to offer possibilities for connection as well as isolation, though careful evaluation would be required before modifying established security protocols. The underground network continued to provide safe passage between settlements, while concealing Dow's operations from surface detection. However, the experience of sharing specialized knowledge with someone who demonstrated genuine appreciation for the tunnel environment had created awareness of possibilities beyond mere professional service provision. As autumn approached in the surface world above, those seasonal changes held limited meaning in the controlled environment of the tunnel system. Dow continued mapping expeditions that expanded their knowledge of the underground network, while maintaining the established client relationships that provided economic stability for their operations. The memory of Leanne's curiosity about tunnel formation and navigation techniques had rekindled Dow's own sense of wonder about the underground environment that had become routine through years of professional familiarity. Subsequent journeys included renewed attention to geological features and environmental conditions that had previously been noted only for their operational significance. The underground world contains more beauty and complexity than most surface dwellers ever realize, Dow reflected while traversing a section where mineral deposits had created subtle patterns in the tunnel walls. Perhaps isolation has prevented appropriate appreciation for the environment that has sustained these operations for so many years. This recognition of personal change indicated growth beyond mere professional competence, suggesting that human connection could enhance rather than compromise operational effectiveness when managed with appropriate care. The challenge lay in balancing increased openness to personal connection with the security requirements that kept tunnel operations safe from hostile detection. The established client network continued to provide transport assignments that utilized Dow's specialized knowledge of underground routes, though none had yet required the combination of challenging conditions and passenger adaptability that had made Leanne's transport assignment so memorable. Future opportunities for meaningful connection remained possible while maintaining the professional standards that had built reputation and trust throughout the underground trading network. Dow's operational routine gradually incorporated the insights gained from sharing knowledge with someone who appreciated the tunnel environment's unique characteristics. Route planning now included consideration of educational opportunities, as well as security requirements, recognizing that future passengers might benefit from understanding the environment they were traveling through, rather than merely enduring transport from origin to destination. The tunnel system that had long provided refuge from surface dangers now offered possibilities for connection and shared appreciation that extended beyond mere economic transaction. The underground network connected not only geographical locations, but also people whose circumstances brought them together in the hidden passages beneath the Commonwealth's dangerous surface territories. As winter approached in the wasteland above, bringing changes in surface conditions that affected tunnel access and drainage patterns, Dow continued their methodical exploration and documentation of the underground network. The specialized knowledge accumulated through years of careful observation provided both professional advantage and personal satisfaction that had been enhanced rather than diminished by sharing it with someone who demonstrated genuine appreciation. The converted utility room remained headquarters for operations that connected distant settlements through passages unknown to surface dwellers. But it no longer felt like a complete world unto itself. The possibility of future meaningful connections had created awareness of community potential that extended beyond the established professional relationships with clients and contacts. Evening settled over the Commonwealth's surface as Dow completed another successful cargo run, emerging from tunnel access points that remained concealed from casual observation. The underground network continued to provide safe passage through territories too dangerous for conventional travel, while the accumulated knowledge of hidden routes represented both economic asset and personal achievement that might someday be shared with others who demonstrated appropriate appreciation. The rhythm of tunnel trading continued. Careful preparation, methodical navigation, constant awareness of environmental conditions and security requirements. However, the experience of meaningful passenger transport had demonstrated that professional isolation was choice rather than necessity, opening possibilities for future connection while maintaining the operational security that kept the underground network safe from hostile discovery. As night claimed the wasteland above, Dow settled into their familiar headquarters, surrounded by detailed maps that documented years of careful exploration. The tunnel system extended in all directions, connecting distant settlements through passages that few surface dwellers knew existed. Somewhere within that network, other travelers moved through the darkness with their own purposes and destinations. Part of an underground community that existed largely in isolation, but occasionally created connections that transcended mere professional transaction. While Dow continued their solitary vigil in the tunnel networks beneath the Commonwealth, elsewhere in the underground world, a very different community prepared for an unprecedented journey to the surface. In carefully reinforced mining tunnels that had sheltered families for generations, structural engineers examined support beams with growing concern, knowing that their hidden sanctuary might soon force them to face the legendary dangers of the world above. As our tunnel trader settles into familiar routines, connections made and isolation reconsidered, our next tale beckons from the depths, where underground dwellers must confront their greatest fear. Join us for the subterranean survivor. The gentle hum of ventilation fans echoed through reinforced mining tunnels that had sheltered 36 souls for longer than most could remember, their mechanical rhythm as constant and comforting as a heartbeat in the underground community that Evelyn Morrison had helped design and maintain for over 2 decades. The tunnels extended through natural caverns and hand-carved passages, each section carefully engineered to support the weight of countless tons of earth and rock above, while providing safe, breathable living space for families who had never known the harsh realities of surface existence. Morning routine in the underground settlement began with Evelyn's methodical inspection of structural integrity, a ritual that had taken on increased urgency as subtle tremors had begun registering on the seismic monitoring equipment salvaged from pre-war mining operations. Her engineer's eye detected changes that might escape casual observation. hairline cracks in support beams that hadn't existed the previous week, slight shifts in tunnel alignment that suggested foundational settling, and the barely perceptible increase in groundwater seepage that could indicate compromised waterproofing in critical areas. Section C7 is showing stress patterns that weren't present during last month's assessment, she noted in her detailed maintenance log, the careful documentation that had kept their community safe through years of underground living. Recommend immediate evaluation of load distribution and possible reinforcement before conditions deteriorate further. The community had grown organically within the mining tunnels system, families claiming and modifying natural chambers according to their needs, while maintaining collective responsibility for shared infrastructure. Living spaces carved into stable rock formations provided privacy and security, while common areas utilized larger caverns for gathering, food preparation, and the workshops where essential maintenance kept their underground world functioning. The result was a close-knit society that had developed unique customs around space, sound, and the careful resource management necessary for survival in their enclosed environment. Young Marcus Chen emerged from the eastern residential section, his weathered features bearing the distinctive pallor common to those who had spent their entire lives in the filtered light of their underground sanctuary. At 73, he represented the community's living memory of surface conditions, having arrived as a child during the chaotic years following the nuclear war, when desperate families sought any refuge from the devastated wasteland above. The tremors were stronger last night, he observed, settling beside Evelyn as she continued her structural assessment. Not enough to wake most people, but I felt them through the bedrock. They're coming more frequently now, and from a different direction than the previous episodes. This observation aligned with Evelyn's technical measurements, confirming that the seismic activity represented genuine structural threat rather than normal geological settling. Her engineering training, gained through years of apprenticeship with the community's original designers, had taught her to distinguish between acceptable environmental changes and conditions that required immediate response to prevent catastrophic failure. I'm detecting systematic weakening in the primary support structure, she replied, consulting readings from monitoring devices positioned throughout their tunnel network. The pattern suggests deep geological instability rather than surface activity. We may be approaching the point where evacuation becomes necessary rather than optional. This assessment created immediate concern among the community members within hearing range, as evacuation represented their greatest collective fear. Abandonment of the secure environment that had sustained them for decades in favor of surface conditions described in cautionary tales passed down through generations. The underground settlement had provided safety, stability, and community identity that none of them wished to sacrifice unless absolutely necessary. Lily Santos, barely 18 and born within the tunnel system, looked up from her morning tasks with visible anxiety. Evacuation means going to the surface, doesn't it? To the radiation and the monsters and the raiders that grandfather's stories warned us about? Her concern reflected the psychological challenge that evacuation would present for community members who had never experienced surface conditions directly. Their knowledge of the wasteland above came from oral traditions and occasional reports from the rare surface visitors who discovered their hidden entrance, creating a mythology of dangers that might be either exaggerated or insufficient preparation for actual conditions. Surface evacuation would be temporary, Evelyn assured her, though privately acknowledging the complexity of relocating an entire community that had no direct experience with wasteland survival. The structural concerns may be addressable through reinforcement rather than abandonment. However, we must prepare for all possibilities while working to preserve our community. The morning community gathering convened in the central chamber that served as their democratic meeting space, where decisions affecting the entire settlement were made through careful discussion and consensus building. Representatives from each family group arranged themselves in the circular seating that encouraged equal participation, while Evelyn presented her structural assessment with the detailed clarity that technical decisions required. "The seismic activity has compromised our primary support framework," she began, utilizing charts and diagrams to illustrate conditions that might not be apparent to community members without engineering training. "We have 3 options: immediate reinforcement using available materials, gradual evacuation to alternative underground locations, or temporary surface relocation while structural repairs are completed." The discussion that followed demonstrated the community's collaborative approach to crisis management, each perspective contributing valuable insights while maintaining focus on collective welfare rather than individual preferences. Unlike surface communities that might split into competing factions during stress, their underground society had developed decision-making processes that emphasized unity and mutual support. "Reinforcement requires materials we don't currently possess," noted David Kim, whose family maintained the community's supply inventories. "We have sufficient materials for minor repairs, but systematic structural reinforcement would require scavenging operations beyond our current capabilities." "Alternative underground locations exist," added Sarah Torres, whose knowledge of the broader tunnel network came from years of exploration beyond their established territory. "However, relocation would require abandoning infrastructure that represents decades of accumulated work and community development. These practical constraints narrowed their options to surface evacuation, a prospect that generated intense discussion among people whose entire lives had been shaped by underground living. The psychological adjustment would be as challenging as the practical difficulties of establishing temporary shelter in unfamiliar and potentially hostile territory. "Surface conditions may not match the dangers described in our traditional accounts," Evelyn observed, drawing upon her technical knowledge and limited contact with surface visitors. "Radiation levels in this region are reportedly manageable for short-term exposure, and some surface settlements have achieved stability and security comparable to our underground community." This assessment provided some reassurance to community members struggling with evacuation fears, though the unknown nature of surface conditions continued to generate anxiety among those who had never experienced direct sunlight, open sky, or the environmental variability that characterized wasteland living. Young Lily raised her hand tentatively, her question reflecting curiosity as well as concern. "What does the surface actually look like? I mean, beyond the dangers, are there trees and animals and weather like in the old stories?" Marcus smiled at this inquiry, his memories of childhood surface experience providing valuable perspective for younger community members. "The surface world is larger and more varied than our tunnels, with different dangers, but also unexpected beauty. The sky changes colors throughout the day, weather brings both challenges and relief, and there are growing things that somehow survive despite the radiation." This description helped transform evacuation from abstract terror into manageable challenge, suggesting that surface living involved adaptation rather than mere survival against overwhelming odds. The community's proven ability to work together and solve problems collaboratively would serve them well, regardless of their physical environment. As discussions continued, Evelyn began developing practical evacuation plans that would minimize risk while preserving community cohesion during the transition. Her engineering perspective identified critical factors: timing the evacuation to avoid severe weather, selecting surface locations that offered natural shelter and defensive advantages, organizing transportation of essential supplies and equipment, and establishing protocols for maintaining community structure despite environmental changes. We have emergency exits that haven't been used for routine purposes but remain functional, she noted, consulting architectural diagrams that documented their tunnel system's complete layout. These exits were positioned to provide concealed access to surface locations with natural shelter and water sources. The evacuation planning process occupied most of the day, with working groups addressing different aspects of the transition while maintaining normal community operations. Children continued their education through hands-on learning that now included preparation for surface conditions they had never experienced. Adults reviewed emergency procedures while identifying essential items for transport. Elderly community members shared what surface knowledge they retained, while helping younger residents prepare psychologically for dramatic environmental changes. The most important thing to remember, Marcus advised during one of the preparation sessions, is that we remain a community regardless of our physical location. The relationships and cooperation that have sustained us underground will serve us equally well on the surface. This emphasis on community continuity provided emotional anchor for residents struggling with the prospect of leaving their familiar environment. The prospect of maintaining their social connections and mutual support systems made evacuation feel more like relocation than abandonment of everything they valued. As afternoon progressed toward evening, structural monitoring revealed accelerating deterioration that made evacuation increasingly urgent rather than merely precautionary. Hairline cracks had widened perceptibly. Groundwater seepage had increased to levels that threatened electrical systems, and the seismic monitoring equipment registered tremors with growing frequency and intensity. "We need to implement evacuation within the next 12 hours, Evelyn announced during an emergency community assembly. Structural integrity is deteriorating faster than anticipated, and delaying departure significantly increases risk of catastrophic failure that could trap us underground. This timeline compressed preparation activities while requiring careful coordination to ensure nothing essential was overlooked in the urgency of departure. Community members worked in organized teams to secure personal belongings, prepare transportation for supplies and equipment, and implement shutdown procedures for systems that couldn't be safely left unattended. The evacuation itself began near midnight, when surface conditions offered both concealment from potential hostile observation and cooler temperatures that would ease the transition for people accustomed to the controlled climate of their underground environment. Evelyn led the first group through emergency exit passages that ascended gradually towards surface level, allowing time for adjustment to changing atmospheric conditions. "Move slowly and stay together," she instructed as they approached the concealed surface entrance. "Surface air feels different than tunnel atmosphere, and the space will seem overwhelming at first. Focus on immediate tasks rather than trying to process everything simultaneously." The emergence from underground tunnels into the pre-dawn Commonwealth represented a profound transition for community members experiencing surface conditions for the first time in their lives. The subtle movement of air across exposed skin, the vast openness of sky overhead, and the complex sensory input of an uncontrolled environment created both wonder and anxiety among the evacuees. Lily gasped audibly as she stepped onto surface ground, her eyes wide with amazement at horizons that extended beyond sight, and stars visible in quantities impossible within their tunnel system. "It's so big," she whispered, struggling to process visual input that exceeded anything her underground experience had prepared her for. "You're seeing what our ancestors considered normal," Marcus noted gently, his own memories stirred by the return to surface conditions after decades underground. The size and complexity take time to adjust to, but humans lived this way for thousands of years before we went underground. The evacuation proceeded in organized groups, with each team responsible for specific aspects of the transition: transportation of supplies, establishment of temporary shelter, security monitoring of their vulnerable position, and assistance for community members struggling with the adjustment to surface conditions. Evelyn coordinated these activities while maintaining vigilant awareness of both structural conditions in the tunnels they were leaving and potential threats in the surface environment they were entering. The surface location selected for temporary settlement offered natural advantages that had been identified through careful study of topographical maps and reports from surface visitors. A natural rock formation provided wind protection and concealment from casual observation, while a nearby stream offered reliable water source, and the sound of flowing water masked conversations that might otherwise carry to unwanted ears. Establish the shelter in sections that mirror our tunnel community layout, Evelyn directed as teams began setting up temporary living arrangements. Familiar spatial organization will help everyone adjust to the new environment while maintaining the social connections that define our community. The dawn hours brought gradual revelation of their surface surroundings, as natural light revealed landscape features that had been invisible during the darkness of their evacuation. Rolling hills extended in all directions, covered with vegetation that had adapted to post-war conditions, while retaining enough resemblance to pre-war plant life to seem familiar rather than entirely alien. The stories made it sound like everything would be dead or mutated beyond recognition, Lily observed as she examined flowering plants growing near their temporary shelter. But these look almost normal, just different somehow. This discovery that surface conditions included beauty as well as danger provided significant psychological relief for community members who had expected to find only devastation and hostility. The presence of thriving plant life, clean water sources, and stable terrain suggested that surface living might be sustainable rather than merely survivable during their tunnel repairs. As morning progressed, organized work teams began establishing more permanent arrangements for their temporary surface community. Shelter construction utilized both salvaged materials transported from their tunnel home and natural resources available in their surface location. Food preparation adapted underground cooking methods to surface conditions, while taking advantage of improved ventilation and expanded space. The psychological adjustment to surface living proved more complex than the practical challenges of establishing shelter and maintaining community operations. Community members experienced varying degrees of difficulty adapting to the vast openness of surface environment, the unpredictable nature of weather conditions, and the constant awareness of potential dangers that had been effectively eliminated by underground living. The hardness is different up here, noted Eleanor Vasquez, whose family had maintained the tunnel community's gardens. Underground, we controlled every condition: temperature, humidity, lighting, air circulation. Here, everything changes constantly, and we have to adapt rather than control. This observation reflected the fundamental difference between enclosed and open environments, highlighting the psychological resilience that surface living required compared to the predictable conditions of their tunnel home. However, the community's proven ability to work together and solve problems collaboratively provided essential foundation for successful adaptation. Throughout their first day on the surface, community members gradually discovered aspects of open-air living that offered advantages over underground existence. The abundance of natural light reduced dependence on artificial illumination, improved air circulation, eliminated concerns about ventilation system failures, and expanded space allowed for activities that had been impractical in their confined tunnel environment. There's room to run here, Lily marveled as she explored the area around their temporary settlement. In the tunnels, you could walk quickly, but here you can actually run as far as you want without hitting walls or corners. This sense of physical freedom proved particularly meaningful for younger community members who had never experienced unrestricted movement through open space. The psychological impact of unlimited horizons and unconstrained mobility contributed to growing acceptance of surface conditions despite their unfamiliarity and potential danger. As afternoon approached, Evelyn received reports from monitoring equipment left in their tunnel community that indicated continued structural deterioration despite the reduced load from evacuated residents. The seismic activity had intensified rather than stabilized, suggesting that their evacuation had been appropriately timed to prevent potential tragedy. The tunnel condition is worse than projected, she announced during the community's first surface-based meeting. Complete structural failure appears likely within days rather than weeks. We may need to consider permanent relocation rather than temporary evacuation. This assessment fundamentally altered their situation from emergency response to community rebuilding, requiring different planning priorities and decision-making processes. The prospect of permanent surface living generated intense discussion among people who had defined their identity through underground existence for multiple generations. Both community identity isn't dependent on physical location, argued Maria Santos, whose perspective as an educator emphasized cultural continuity over environmental familiarity. We've maintained our values and relationships throughout this transition. We can continue being who we are, regardless of whether we live underground or on the surface. This viewpoint provided crucial framework for community members struggling with the loss of their familiar environment. The recognition that their essential identity derived from relationships and shared values rather than physical location helped transform evacuation from traumatic displacement into manageable relocation. The afternoon brought their first encounter with surface weather as cloud formations developed overhead, creating the novel experience of natural shade and temperature variation that had been unknown in their climate-controlled tunnel environment. Rather than presenting problems, these changes demonstrated the dynamic nature of surface conditions that could provide both challenges and benefits. The clouds make the air cooler, observed David Kim as he worked on shelter improvements, and the shade feels pleasant after the constant brightness we've been experiencing. Maybe surface conditions aren't as uniformly harsh as our stories suggested. This developing appreciation for surface environmental variety helped community members recognize advantages that balanced the challenges of open-air living. The regulated conditions that had provided security underground had also eliminated beneficial variability that surface living could offer. As evening approached, the community faced their first surface sunset, a gradual transition from day to night that provided spectacular visual display for people accustomed to artificial lighting cycles. The changing colors of sky and landscape created aesthetic experience that none of their underground existence had prepared them for. I understand now why the old stories talked about sunsets, Lily whispered as she watched the western sky transform through brilliant shades of orange and red. It's like the whole world is celebrating the end of the day. This emotional connection to natural beauty provided positive counterbalance to the practical challenges and psychological adjustments that surface living required. The recognition that their new environment offered unique rewards as well as unfamiliar difficulties helped community members develop more balanced perspective on their situation. Night fell gradually, revealing star patterns that had been invisible from their tunnel home, and creating different acoustic environment where sounds carried differently than in their enclosed underground spaces. Security arrangements adapted to surface conditions while maintaining the cooperative vigilance that had characterized their tunnel community. The night sounds are different, but not necessarily more dangerous, Marcus observed during the evening security briefing. We need to learn new patterns rather than simply fear unfamiliar noises. This practical approach to surface adaptation emphasized skill development over anxiety, helping community members focus on learning rather than worrying about unknown threats. Their proven ability to work together and solve problems provided foundation for successful adjustment to surface living conditions. The second day of surface living brought increased confidence as community members developed familiarity with their new environment while maintaining the cooperative relationships that defined their social identity. Work teams established more sophisticated shelter arrangements. Food preparation improved through experimentation with surface cooking methods, and security protocols adapted to open-air conditions. We're becoming a surface community without losing our essential character, Evelyn noted during the morning assessment meeting. The adjustment is proceeding more successfully than our most optimistic projections anticipated. This recognition of successful adaptation provided crucial psychological foundation for community members who had been struggling with the loss of their familiar environment. The evidence that they could maintain their values and relationships while adapting to surface conditions supported the growing consensus that permanent relocation might be preferable to attempting tunnel reconstruction. By the third day, monitoring equipment confirmed complete structural collapse in sections of their former tunnel home, validating their decision to evacuate when they did, rather than attempting to remain underground during continued seismic activity. The timing had been appropriate to prevent tragedy while allowing organized transition rather than desperate flight. Unity remains strong. But our community remains strong, Elder Martinez observed during the evening gathering that had replaced their tunnel-based community meetings. We've discovered that our identity was never dependent on living underground. It comes from our relationships and shared commitment to each other's welfare. This philosophical framework provided emotional foundation for community members ready to embrace surface living as permanent lifestyle rather than temporary evacuation. The recognition that their essential identity transcended physical environment supported the growing consensus around permanent relocation. The surface settlement gradually developed infrastructure that combined tunnel living wisdom with surface-appropriate techniques, creating hybrid community that maintained their cooperative values while adapting to open-air conditions. Gardens utilized underground growing knowledge adapted to natural soil and weather conditions. Shelter construction incorporated structural engineering principles learned through tunnel maintenance. Social organization preserved democratic decision-making while adapting to expanded physical space. We're creating something new, Lily observed, as she helped establish the surface community's first permanent structures. Not abandoning who we were underground, but becoming who we're meant to be, with room to grow. This perspective on community evolution provided positive framework for ongoing adaptation, suggesting that surface relocation represented opportunity for development rather than mere survival response to underground crisis. The combination of their tunnel-developed social skills with surface environmental advantages offered potential for community growth that had been impossible in their confined underground existence. As their first week of surface living concluded, the community had achieved stable temporary settlement while developing plans for permanent relocation that would maintain their cooperative identity while taking advantage of surface living opportunities. The evacuation that had begun as emergency response had evolved into successful community transition that preserved their essential character while enabling new possibilities for growth and development. "We remain who we have always been," Evelyn reflected as she completed her evening assessment of their surface community's progress. "But we're also becoming more than we could have been underground. The surface offers challenges, but also possibilities we never had in our tunnel home." The stars overhead provided gentle illumination for community members who had learned to appreciate the vast openness that had initially seemed overwhelming. Children who had never seen horizons beyond tunnel walls now played in spaces that extended beyond sight. Adults who had managed carefully rationed resources now worked with abundance of fresh air, natural light, and expandable living space. The transition from underground sanctuary to surface community had required courage, cooperation, and adaptation, but had ultimately demonstrated that human resilience and community bonds could transcend environmental change. Their story continued not as loss of underground identity, but as evolution toward broader possibilities that maintained their essential values while embracing new opportunities. As their surface settlement established its nightly rhythm of quiet conversations, security watches, and preparation for tomorrow's continued development, the community that had begun as underground refugees had transformed into surface pioneers, carrying forward the cooperation and mutual support that had sustained them through decades of tunnel living into whatever challenges and opportunities the wasteland above might offer. While Evelyn's community adapted to their new surface existence, finding strength in unity and resilience in change, deep beneath the Commonwealth, in forgotten municipal tunnels, another underground dweller worked by lamplight among ancient water treatment systems. A solitary water prospector descended into abandoned infrastructure, following traces of recent activity toward a discovery that would challenge everything the surface world believed about the scattered survivors of nuclear war. As our tunnel community settles into their surface sanctuary, bonds unbroken by change, our next tale beckons from the deepest underground reaches where hidden communities preserve both water and secrets. Join us for The Deep Well. The ancient water treatment facility lay 50 meters beneath the Commonwealth's surface, its concrete chambers echoing with the gentle sound of flowing water that had sustained both machinery and hope for over 2 centuries. Amadi Okafor descended through access shafts that most wastelanders would never discover, following subtle traces of recent human activity through tunnels that pre-war engineers had designed to endure far longer than the civilization they served. The beam of their headlamp illuminated pristine tilework and functional piping that spoke of careful maintenance by hands unknown to the surface world. The descent itself had required careful navigation through multiple levels of increasingly sophisticated infrastructure. Emergency hatches sealed with mechanisms that still functioned after centuries. Maintenance corridors lined with pipes that carried water with surprising clarity. And finally, the deeper access tunnels, where the air itself felt different, cleaner, more carefully filtered than anything Amadi had experienced. Each level revealed evidence of ongoing maintenance that exceeded anything found in abandoned Commonwealth facilities. Moisture beaded on tunnel walls in patterns that suggested controlled humidity rather than random condensation, while the subtle vibration underfoot indicated machinery operating with precision that would have impressed pre-war engineers. The facility had not merely survived the nuclear catastrophe, it had continued functioning with improvements that enhanced original capabilities through centuries of careful development. Pre-war municipal infrastructure had been built with remarkable foresight, designed to continue providing essential services even after catastrophic system failure. Emergency protocols had sealed these deep facilities when the bombs fell, preserving both equipment and the knowledge necessary to operate complex water purification systems. Most such installations had long since fallen into disrepair or been stripped by scavengers, but this facility showed signs of continuous operation that suggested human presence spanning generation. The engineering specifications visible throughout the tunnels told a story of systematic upgrades and modifications that improved upon original designs while maintaining their fundamental reliability. Replacement components had been fabricated with precision that matched pre-war standards, while innovative modifications addressed challenges that original designers had never anticipated. Whoever maintained these systems possessed both theoretical knowledge and practical experience that exceeded most surface technical capabilities. Almond gauges displayed pressure readings and flow rates with needle positions that indicated optimal operational parameters. Chemical composition monitors showed water purity levels that would have been exceptional even before the war, achieved through treatment processes that clearly benefited from generations of accumulated expertise. The facility represented not just preservation of pre-war technology, but active improvement upon it through decades of careful development. Amaji's specialized knowledge of water systems had developed through years of helping struggling settlements locate and develop reliable water sources throughout the Commonwealth. Their reputation for finding clean water in impossible locations had grown through careful study of pre-war infrastructure maps, geological surveys, and the accumulated wisdom of successful prospecting in irradiated territory. Today's investigation had begun with reports from a nearby settlement about improved water quality in a previously contaminated stream, improvements that suggested sophisticated filtration techniques being employed upstream. The primary intake valves remained functional after all these years, Amadi noted while examining equipment that should have failed decades ago without proper maintenance. Someone has been maintaining these systems with considerable expertise and attention to detail. The evidence of ongoing maintenance extended throughout the facility's accessible areas. Replacement components fabricated from salvaged materials, improvised repairs that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering, and modifications that improved system efficiency while preserving original functionality. This level of technical competence exceeded anything Amadi had encountered in surface settlements, suggesting a community with specialized knowledge and resources. Following the trail of recent activity deeper into the facility led through increasingly sophisticated security measures, concealed passages that required specific knowledge to access, camouflaged entrances that appeared to be structural features, and finally, obvious indications that the facility housed permanent residents rather than occasional maintenance personnel. The transition from abandoned infrastructure to active community became apparent as utilitarian spaces showed evidence of long-term habitation. The security measures revealed themselves gradually as Amadi progressed deeper into the facility. What appeared to be solid walls contained hidden panels that could be opened with knowledge of proper sequences. Seemingly decorative architectural features concealed observation points where sentries could monitor access corridors without being detected. Most ingeniously, several false passages led to dead ends or maintenance areas, while the actual routes to community spaces required navigation techniques that could only be learned through direct instruction from community members. The sophistication of these security arrangements indicated both paranoia born of necessity and engineering skill that had been applied to protective rather than aggressive purposes. Unlike surface settlements that often relied on obvious defensive structures, this community had achieved security through concealment and misdirection. that would confuse intruders while providing multiple escape routes for residents. The central reservoir chamber revealed the full scope of the hidden community that had made this facility their home. What had once been a purely functional space for water treatment had been transformed into the heart of an underground village, with different sections serving distinct community functions while maintaining the pristine water quality that sustained both their survival and their specialized knowledge. Living quarters occupied former office spaces, workshops utilized maintenance areas, and communal gathering spaces had been established in chambers with appropriate acoustics and ventilation. The reservoir itself stretched across a chamber that dwarfed anything Amadi had encountered in surface settlements. A vast underground lake contained within engineered walls that rose to vaulted ceilings, decorated with both functional pipework and artistic elements added by generations of residents. Subtle lighting from bioluminescent cultivation and carefully positioned electrical fixtures created an atmosphere that was both practical and beautiful, transforming utilitarian infrastructure into something approaching the sacred. Walkways and platforms provided access to different levels of the chamber while maintaining safety barriers that protected both residents and water quality. Gardens of edible plants grew in specially designed planters that filtered nutrients from treated water while adding oxygen to the underground atmosphere. The integration of living systems with mechanical infrastructure created a hybrid environment that supported both human habitation and technical operations with remarkable efficiency. The community's modification of original spaces demonstrated aesthetic sensibility that went beyond mere survival requirements. Living areas incorporated both privacy and community interaction through innovative use of existing architecture, while workspaces balanced functional requirements with environmental comfort that encouraged the sustained attention necessary for complex technical operations. The result was an underground settlement that felt more like a thoughtfully designed city than an emergency shelter. The community's approach to Amadi demonstrated both caution and curiosity. They had clearly detected the intruder's presence, but chose observation over immediate confrontation. Voices echoed through passages with the distinctive acoustic qualities of people accustomed to underground communication, discussing the unprecedented situation of surface contact in tones that suggested such encounters occurred rarely, if ever. "Identify yourself and state your purpose," called a voice from concealment, its tone professional but not immediately hostile. "This facility is restricted access, and surface dwellers are not authorized for these areas." This response indicated both security awareness and institutional thinking that differed markedly from typical wasteland encounters. Rather than immediate aggression or complete withdrawal, the hidden community appeared to operate according to established protocols for handling unusual situations, suggesting organizational structure and collective decision-making processes developed over generations of isolation. "I am Amadi Okafor, water prospector working with Commonwealth settlements," they replied, keeping their hands visible while maintaining non-prenching posture. "I followed water quality improvements to this location, seeking to understand techniques that might benefit struggling communities. I mean no harm and respect your territorial claims." This careful introduction emphasized professional interest rather than casual exploration, while acknowledging the community's obvious expertise in water management. The response reflected Amadi's understanding that successful negotiation required demonstrating respect for specialized knowledge rather than assuming surface superiority over underground residents. After several minutes of whispered consultation beyond Mahdi's hearing, a figure emerged from concealment. An elderly woman whose clothing combined practical work attire with ceremonial elements that suggested leadership status within the community. Her approach demonstrated confidence in the controlled environment rather than fear of potential threat, indicating that security measures provided adequate protection for community leadership to engage with unexpected visitors. "I am Elder Technician Rivera," she introduced herself with formal dignity that emphasized both individual identity and institutional role. "My family has maintained these water purification systems for 4 generations, preserving both equipment and knowledge that sustains our community. Your presence here represents unprecedented contact with the surface world." This introduction immediately established both personal credentials and community context, indicating that water management represented hereditary responsibility rather than individual expertise. The reference to 4 generations suggested continuous occupation since shortly after the nuclear war, making this community among the longest surviving isolated groups in the Commonwealth. Rivera's appearance reflected the unique characteristics that generations of underground living had produced. She moved with the efficient grace of someone accustomed to navigating confined spaces, spoke with the measured tones appropriate for environments where sound carried clearly, and demonstrated the environmental awareness that came from living within carefully balanced ecological systems. Her clothing combined practical work garments with ceremonial elements that suggested formal leadership roles within community governance structures. The respect accorded to Rivera by other community members who had begun appearing at the edges of the chamber indicated both personal achievement and institutional authority that had been earned through demonstrated competence rather than inherited privilege. Her leadership style emphasized consultation and consensus building rather than authoritarian decree, reflecting democratic traditions that had apparently been preserved and developed throughout the community's underground existence. "Your maintenance work is exceptional," Ahmadi replied with genuine professional appreciation. "The downstream water quality improvements that led me here exceed anything I've encountered in surface settlements. Your community has achieved remarkable technical success in conditions that would challenge pre-war engineers." This acknowledgement of professional competence provided appropriate foundation for further dialogue, while demonstrating Ahmadi's qualifications to evaluate technical achievements. The recognition of community expertise, rather than individual skill, aligned with the collective identity that Elder Rivera's introduction had suggested. The guided tour that followed revealed a community that had preserved not only water treatment technology, but also the social structures necessary to maintain complex systems across generations. Different families specialized in various aspects of facility operation, some maintaining mechanical systems, others managing chemical processes, and still others preserving the technical documentation that enabled continued operation despite changing conditions. Each specialized area of the facility told its own story of generational development and accumulated expertise. The mechanical workshops contained both original pre-war equipment and innovative modifications developed through decades of practical experience. Tool arrangements reflected generations of refinement, with specialized implements created for specific maintenance tasks alongside carefully preserved pre-war precision instruments. Work surfaces bore the accumulated marks of countless hours of detailed technical work, while storage systems organized components according to classification schemes that had evolved to accommodate both original specifications and field-developed modification. The chemical treatment areas demonstrated similar evolution from pre-war foundations toward enhanced capabilities that exceeded original design parameters. Monitoring equipment tracked water composition with precision that would have impressed the facility's original engineers, while treatment processes incorporated innovations that addressed contamination challenges never anticipated by the original designers. The integration of analytical chemistry with practical water treatment reflected theoretical knowledge supported by generations of empirical observation and systematic improvement. Documentation preservation represented perhaps the most impressive achievement. Technical manuals, operational procedures, theoretical analyses, and historical records, maintained in climate-controlled storage that had protected irreplaceable knowledge through centuries of potential loss. The archive contained not only original technical specifications but also detailed records of modifications, improvements, and lessons learned through generations of operation under post-war conditions. The Hendricks family maintains the primary filtration systems, Rivera explained, as they passed workshops where complex machinery operated with quiet efficiency. The Santos family manages chemical treatment and monitoring. The Chen family preserves technical documentation and training protocols. Each family contributes specialized knowledge, while sharing in collective responsibility for community welfare. This organizational structure demonstrated remarkable institutional continuity, spanning multiple generations, with specialized knowledge transmitted through family lines, while maintaining community integration that prevented dangerous isolation of critical expertise. The system represented a sophisticated approach to knowledge preservation that exceeded anything Ahmadi had encountered in surface settlements. The central community space occupied what had once been the facility's main control room, now serving as both operational center and social gathering area, where community decisions were made through processes that balanced technical requirements with democratic participation. The walls displayed technical diagrams alongside family histories, creating visual representation of the integration between engineering expertise and community identity. Surface contact raises questions we haven't faced for decades, Rivera noted, as they settled in the discussion area that clearly served for important community conversations. Our isolation has provided security, but also created uncertainty about external conditions and opportunities. This acknowledgement of the complex implications surrounding Ahmadi's arrival indicated sophisticated understanding of the choices facing isolated communities in the post-war world. The balance between security through isolation and potential benefits from external contact represented exactly the type of decision that required careful community consideration. Young Talia Chen emerged from the documentation archives, her arms filled with technical manuals and historical records that clearly represented years of careful preservation work. Her curiosity about surface conditions was immediately apparent, though tempered by respect for community protocols regarding external contact. The archives themselves represented one of the community's most remarkable achievements, a comprehensive library that combined original pre-war documentation with detailed records of post-war adaptations and improvements. Climate control systems maintained optimal conditions for document preservation, while providing comfortable working environments for scholars who spent their lives studying and expanding the community's accumulated knowledge. Reading areas contained both individual study spaces and collaborative work zones where technical problems could be addressed through group consultation. Talia's expertise encompassed not only document preservation, but also active engagement with technical content. She could discuss theoretical principles underlying water treatment processes while also explaining practical implementation details that had been developed through generations of operational experience. Her questions about surface conditions reflected both intellectual curiosity and practical concern for how external changes might affect community operations and future planning. Is it true that surface water sources remain heavily contaminated? She asked with the direct interest of someone whose life work involved water quality management. Our monitoring suggests improvements in regional contamination levels, but we've had no direct confirmation of surface conditions. This question revealed both technical sophistication and information limitation that characterized the community's situation. Extensive knowledge within their specialized area combined with limited understanding of broader Commonwealth conditions. The opportunity for information exchange could benefit both surface settlements and underground community if managed appropriately. Surface water quality varies significantly by location, Amadi replied, appreciating the technical nature of the inquiry. Some areas remain severely contaminated, others have achieved remarkable natural recovery. Your downstream improvements suggest techniques that could benefit many surface communities struggling with contaminated sources. This exchange established foundation for potential mutual benefit. Surface communities could gain access to sophisticated water treatment techniques, while the underground community could receive updated information about external conditions that might affect their long-term planning and resource management. The community's daily routine continued around them as they talked, providing insight into social structures that had evolved to maintain both technical systems and community cohesion across multiple generations. Work shifts rotated through different operational areas, ensuring continuous monitoring while allowing specialized training that preserved essential knowledge. Meals were prepared collectively and shared in ways that reinforced social bonds while accommodating the space limitations of underground living. The rhythm of community life reflected careful coordination between technical requirements and social needs, with schedules that ensured both operational continuity and adequate time for education, recreation, and community governance. Children participated in technical training appropriate to their developmental stages, while also receiving broader education that included literature, mathematics, and cultural knowledge preserved from pre-war civilization. Adults balanced specialized technical responsibilities with participation in democratic decision-making processes that addressed both immediate operational concerns and long-term community planning. Social spaces throughout the facility accommodated different types of community interaction, from intimate family gatherings to formal assemblies where important decisions were made through consensus-building processes that had been refined through generations of practice. The acoustic properties of different chambers had been modified to support their intended functions, with some areas providing privacy for sensitive discussions while others enhanced communication for large group meetings. Recreation activities had adapted to underground conditions while maintaining connections to broader human cultural traditions. Music played an important role in community life, with acoustic performances taking advantage of chamber acoustics that transformed utilitarian spaces into concert venues. Games and sports had been modified for confined spaces while preserving competitive and cooperative elements that strengthened social bonds between community members of different ages and specializations. We maintain stories about surface conditions from the early years, Riveda noted during a pause in technical discussions. However, these accounts emphasize dangers and contamination that may no longer reflect current reality. Your presence suggests that surface travel has become safer than our historical knowledge indicated. This observation highlighted the challenge facing isolated communities whose security had been purchased through limited external contact. Protective isolation that preserved safety while creating information gaps that might prevent beneficial adaptation to changing conditions. The community's founders had made appropriate choices for immediate post-war survival, but circumstances might now warrant reconsideration. As afternoon progressed into evening, according to the community's maintained schedule, Amadi was invited to observe the shift change that ensured continuous operation of critical systems. The ceremony combined practical necessity with ritual significance, emphasizing both technical competence and community continuity that sustained their specialized way of life. The shift change ceremony revealed the sophisticated protocols that had evolved to ensure both operational reliability and social cohesion. Outgoing personnel provided detailed status reports that went beyond mere technical readings to include observations about equipment performance, environmental conditions, and potential concerns that might require attention during the following shift. Incoming personnel acknowledged these reports while also participating in brief discussions that reinforced shared understanding of community objectives and individual responsibilities. Technical knowledge transfer occurred through formal briefings, supplemented by informal consultation that encouraged questions and collaborative problem solving. Equipment inspections were conducted jointly between outgoing and incoming personnel, ensuring continuity of awareness while providing opportunities for knowledge sharing that strengthened overall community expertise. The process balanced efficiency with thoroughness, recognizing that both operational reliability and educational continuity were essential for long-term community success. The ritual aspects of shift change emphasized community identity and shared purpose through symbolic elements that connected technical work with broader cultural values. Brief moments of recognition for exceptional performance or innovative solutions reinforced positive behaviors while maintaining the cooperative atmosphere that characterized community social interaction. The ceremony concluded with affirmations of collective responsibility that reminded all participants of their role in preserving both technical capabilities and community welfare. The evening shift maintains extra vigilance during overnight hours, Rivera explained as families transitioned between operational responsibilities. While surface threats pose minimal danger at this depth, system failures could affect water quality for entire regions. Our responsibility extends beyond community survival to environmental stewardship. This broader perspective on community responsibility impressed Amadi, whose experience with surface settlements had shown various approaches to environmental management. Some focused purely on immediate survival, while others demonstrated concern for regional welfare. The underground community's commitment to environmental stewardship, despite their isolation, suggested values that could provide foundation for beneficial external relationships. The evening meal provided opportunity for broader community interaction, as families gathered in the central space that served multiple social functions. Conversations revealed perspectives on surface contact that ranged from curiosity to concern, with different community members expressing varying levels of interest in expanding external relationships. The communal dining area occupied a section of the central chamber where acoustic properties had been modified to support multiple simultaneous conversations while allowing community wayway announcements when necessary. Tables arranged in configurations that encouraged interaction between different families while accommodating groups of various sizes. The meal preparation itself represented collective effort that distributed both labor and responsibility while creating opportunities for informal knowledge sharing and social bonding. Food preparation had evolved to utilize both hydroponic growing systems and carefully managed preservation techniques that maintained nutritional variety despite the constraints of underground living. Gardens throughout the facility provided fresh vegetables and herbs, while food storage systems maintained reserves that could sustain the community through potential supply disruptions or emergency situations. Cooking techniques had been adapted to available energy sources and equipment, while preserving cultural food traditions that connected community members to broader human heritage. The conversations during the meal revealed the complex considerations that surface contact created for community members whose entire experience had been shaped by isolation from external threats and influences. Older residents drew upon historical knowledge and community traditions that emphasized security through concealment, while younger members expressed curiosity about alternatives and opportunities that external relationships might provide. The discussions maintained respectful tone that acknowledged different perspectives, while working toward consensus about appropriate community responses. Surface contact offers opportunities for trade and information exchange, observed Carlos Santos, whose family's chemical expertise had been enhanced through years of experimentation with available materials. However, external relationships also create dependencies and security risks that we've avoided through isolation. The young people deserve opportunities to make informed choices about their futures, countered Maria Hendricks, whose technical specialization included mechanical systems maintenance. Complete isolation prevents them from understanding alternatives that might enhance both individual fulfillment and community development. This respectful debate reflected democratic decision-making processes that balanced individual perspectives within community welfare considerations. Unlike surface settlements that might split into competing factions during disagreements, this community maintained unity through established protocols for addressing complex decisions. Young Talia's questions about surface conditions revealed curiosity that extended beyond technical interests to broader cultural and social possibilities that isolation had prevented her from exploring. Her intelligence and technical competence suggested capabilities that might find fuller expression through expanded opportunities, though within contexts that preserved community values and relationships. "What are surface communities like?" she asked with carefully controlled enthusiasm. "Do they maintain technical knowledge comparable to ours, or have they developed different approaches to post-war survival?" This inquiry provided opening for detailed discussion of Commonwealth settlement patterns, technological capabilities, and social structures that could help the underground community understand external alternatives while making informed decisions about potential contact expansion. Amadi's extensive experience with various settlement types provided valuable comparative context. Surface communities range from highly technical settlements like Diamond City to agricultural communities focused on food production to trading centers that facilitate resource exchange, Amadi explained. Each has developed approaches suited to local conditions and available resources. Your technical capabilities would be valued by many settlements, while their diverse knowledge could enhance your community's options. This information helped community members understand external opportunities without overwhelming them with unfamiliar possibilities, providing foundation for informed discussion about future directions while respecting the wisdom of choices that had sustained their community for generations. As night settled over the Commonwealth's surface far above their deep sanctuary, the underground community maintained its established routines while incorporating discussion of the unprecedented contact situation. Security watches continued monitoring both technical systems and facility access points, ensuring operational continuity while addressing new considerations related to external awareness of their existence. "Your arrival changes our situation regardless of future decisions," Rivera observed during the evening leadership discussion that included family representatives and technical specialists. "Knowledge of our existence will eventually spread through surface networks, requiring us to develop policies for external contact rather than relying on complete isolation." This realistic assessment of changed circumstances reflected practical leadership that balanced security concerns with recognition of inevitable change. The community's isolation could no longer be complete once surface contact had occurred, making adaptation necessary rather than optional for long-term community welfare. The technical systems that hummed quietly throughout the facility provided constant reminder of the specialized knowledge that distinguished this community from typical Commonwealth settlements. Water treatment processes that exceeded pre-war capabilities, monitoring equipment that tracked regional environmental conditions, and maintenance protocols that had preserved complex machinery across multiple generations represented achievements that few surface communities could match. Our ancestors preserved not just equipment but understanding, noted Dr. Eleanor Chen, whose family had maintained technical documentation for 4 generations. Written records, operational procedures, theoretical knowledge and practical experience that surface settlements typically lack due to post-war knowledge fragmentation. This preservation of comprehensive technical knowledge represented the community's most valuable asset for potential external relationships. Expertise that could benefit surface settlements, while providing the underground community with resources and opportunities not available through complete isolation. The challenge lay in sharing knowledge without compromising the security that isolation had provided. Over the following days, Amadi remained as guest of the community, while detailed discussions addressed the implications of surface contact and potential future directions. Working groups evaluated different aspects of external relationship possibilities: technical cooperation, resource exchange, information sharing, and security considerations that would affect community welfare regardless of decisions made. The working group process demonstrated the sophisticated democratic mechanisms that had evolved to address complex community decisions through systematic analysis and inclusive participation. Technical specialists evaluated the practical implications of different cooperation arrangements, while social leaders assessed potential impacts on community relationships and cultural continuity. Security experts analyzed risks and protective measures, while educators considered how external contact might affect knowledge preservation and transfer to future generations. Each working group operated according to established protocols that balanced specialized expertise with broader community input, ensuring that technical decisions were informed by practical considerations while maintaining democratic participation in choices that would affect everyone. Regular reporting sessions allowed different working groups to coordinate their analyses while providing opportunities for community-wide discussion of emerging conclusions and recommendations. The thoroughness of this process reflected the community's commitment to consensus building that had sustained their unity through generations of challenging decisions about resource allocation, technical priorities, and social organization. The same careful deliberation that had preserved their technical capabilities and community cohesion now addressed the unprecedented challenges and opportunities created by surface contact. We could establish limited contact that provides mutual benefits while preserving community autonomy, suggested the technical working group after extensive evaluation. Controlled information exchange and selective resource trading that enhances community capabilities without creating dangerous dependency. Surface settlements could benefit from our water treatment expertise while providing materials and information that improve our operational capabilities, added the resource management group. Careful relationship development could strengthen rather than compromise community security. These measured approaches to external contact reflected the same careful analysis that had sustained community operations for generations, applying established decision-making processes to unprecedented circumstances, while maintaining the values and relationships that defined community identity. Young Talia emerged as particularly thoughtful contributor to these discussions, her technical knowledge complemented by curiosity about broader possibilities that external contact might provide. Her perspectives represented the rising generation whose futures would be shaped by decisions made about community direction and external relationships. I want to preserve what makes our community special, while also having opportunities to contribute to broader Commonwealth welfare, she expressed during one of the planning sessions. Our knowledge could help surface settlements, while their experiences could help us understand alternatives we've never considered. This balanced perspective on community development and external engagement provided framework for gradual expansion of contact that preserved essential identity while enabling growth and contribution to regional welfare. The approach reflected wisdom accumulated through generations of collective decision-making applied to new circumstances and opportunities. As Ahmadi's visit extended into its second week, the community had developed preliminary frameworks for selective external contact that balanced opportunity with security while maintaining the cooperative relationships that had sustained their underground society. Technical cooperation could provide mutual benefits. Information exchange could improve decision-making for all parties, and cultural contact could enrich understanding without compromising essential values. The extended planning process had allowed community members to thoroughly explore implications of different approaches to external contact, while maintaining the careful deliberation that characterized their decision-making traditions. Detailed scenarios had been developed and analyzed. Potential partnership arrangements had been evaluated for both benefits and risks, and security protocols had been designed to protect community welfare while enabling beneficial external relationships. The frameworks that emerged from these discussions reflected the community's characteristic balance between innovation and conservation, preserving essential traditions while adapting to new circumstances that required fresh approaches. Technical cooperation agreements were structured to share knowledge without creating dangerous dependencies, while cultural exchange protocols maintained community autonomy while enabling enriching interactions with surface settlements. Most importantly, the planning process had strengthened rather than divided community unity by providing inclusive opportunities for all members to contribute their perspectives while working toward consensus that honored both individual concerns and collective welfare. The result was a set of policies that reflected genuine community agreement rather than imposed decisions, ensuring sustainable implementation of whatever external contact arrangements were ultimately established. You've helped us recognize that isolation, while providing security, had also limited our understanding of possibilities. Rivera acknowledged during one of their technical discussions, surface conditions have changed more than our historical knowledge indicated, creating opportunities we hadn't recognized. This development in community perspective represented exactly the type of gradual adaptation that had characterized their successful survival across multiple generations. Careful evaluation of new information, thorough discussion of implications, and measured implementation of beneficial changes while preserving essential continuity. The water treatment systems continued their quiet operation throughout these discussions, providing clean water that sustained not only the underground community, but also downstream surface settlements who remained unaware of its source. This environmental contribution represented the community's existing impact on regional welfare despite their isolation. Our work already affects surface communities through water quality improvements, observed the environmental monitoring specialist during one of their planning meetings. Direct contact could enhance these contributions, while providing feedback about regional conditions that would improve our operational effectiveness. This recognition of existing external impact helped reframe isolation versus contact as false choice. The community already participated in regional systems through their technical work, making the question whether to expand rather than initiate external relationships. This perspective supported arguments for careful development of direct contact that could enhance existing contributions. As autumn approached in the surface world above, marked by changing seasonal patterns that affected water flow and treatment requirements, the underground community had developed comprehensive plans for selective external contact that would preserve community security while enabling beneficial relationships with appropriate surface settlement. We'll establish contact protocols that provide mutual benefits while maintaining community autonomy, the Leadership Council decided after weeks of thorough evaluation. Technical cooperation, limited resource exchange, and information sharing that enhances regional welfare while preserving the knowledge and relationships that define our community identity. This decision represented the culmination of democratic processes that had successfully guided community development for 4 generations, now applied to circumstances that required adaptation while preserving essential values. The community's proven decision-making capabilities provided confidence that external contact could be managed successfully. Amati's role had evolved from unexpected intruder to trusted advisor, whose surface experience helped the community understand external possibilities while respecting the wisdom of choices that had sustained their underground sanctuary. The relationship demonstrated potential for surface-underground cooperation that could benefit broader Commonwealth welfare. Your community's technical knowledge represents invaluable resource for regional development, Amati observed, as preparation began for their eventual departure. However, your decision-making processes and cooperative relationships may be equally valuable examples for surface settlements struggling with coordination and resource management. This recognition of social as well as technical contributions provided framework for external relationships that could share both practical knowledge and organizational wisdom developed through generations of successful underground community management. The comprehensive approach to external contact could benefit regional development in multiple ways. The water treatment facility continued its quiet operation as the community prepared for gradual implementation of external contact protocols that would preserve their essential character while contributing to broader Commonwealth welfare. The deep well that had sustained their community for generations would now support expanded relationships that honored both their isolation heritage and their potential for broader contribution. The pristine water flowing through ancient pipes carried not only physical sustenance, but also the accumulated wisdom of a community that had preserved both technical knowledge and cooperative relationships across generations of underground living. Their expertise in water management represented just one aspect of their broader achievements in sustainable community development that could inform regional recovery efforts. As the deep underground facility hummed with quiet efficiency, its residents prepared for a new chapter in their community's history, one that would balance preserved wisdom with expanded opportunities, technical expertise with broader contribution, and community autonomy with regional cooperation. The deep well would continue providing clean water, while also offering deeper resources of knowledge and cooperation to benefit the Commonwealth's gradual recovery from nuclear devastation. The ancient water treatment systems pulsed with renewed purpose as the community prepared to share their specialized knowledge with surface settlements, while maintaining the community bonds and technical expertise that had sustained them through generations of underground living. Their deep sanctuary would remain home, while also becoming foundation for broader contributions to regional welfare and Commonwealth recovery. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed through chambers that had provided sanctuary for 4 generations, now preparing to offer their accumulated wisdom to the broader world, while preserving the community identity that had made such achievements possible. The deep well would continue providing both physical and metaphorical sustenance as the underground community expanded their contribution to regional recovery, while maintaining the relationships and values that defined their unique achievement in post-war survival and development. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.